That's fine. Fireballs. Burn. Something other than burn. Do I have something other than burn set up? We have robots, barrage. Marybeth claws. Oh, we could just put on like stun or some shit. Yeah, it was more just a commentator, honestly. And yeah, that too. A little too active for me. I like watching the long RPGs because it's usually really chill and they get into like the story and all this other stuff. But I don't think the donations are going as good this year, so pretty much all the downtime is filled by donation reading. I'm like, yeah. If I can finish this up a little sooner tomorrow, we could even start some other short game. Yeah, I feel you there. Definitely not wrong. Yeah, I would have done a little bit of this either way, but I figured I wanted to chat with you guys a bit more. I might only go for an hour, I might only go for a couple. We'll see. So there's no health pickups here, which means I need to get it on myself. It's been alright. There's not been a lot of train wrecks to get a kick out of, but there's not been like a whole lot of great runs either. I've been mostly watching Godo with KDkill just on the side. There's been some cool stuff here and there, maybe like a game or two I might check out at some point, but for the most part though, like check out, like maybe I'll buy it or something later on. But for the most part, it's been okay. I don't know. It's a lot of the personalities that I used to know or that I like to watch don't really show up to those. There'll be a lot of new people, new games, and I don't know. The kind of saccharine feel of KDkill is almost a bit too much at times. I have to have like no chat. Yeah, it's online right now, so there's the occasional good one. It's a nice just thing to have, kind of just to chill. Just to watch a run here and there and just kind of learn about a game or see a game you haven't seen. If the commentators are good and or the couch or whatever's good, then it's like you gotta learn a lot. But if you're not really into just seeing a bunch of random games, I feel like maybe not the best. Yeah. I don't know, it feels about the same as the last few years, I'd say overall. It's not like way worse or better or anything. Just if you're in the mood, it's there. Alright, hit baddies with fireballs. Fire breath to inflict the status other than burn. Crit burning baddies with your claws. Crit burning baddies with fire breath. Status affected. Okay. I want to actually get rid of some of this shit. There's one that I can get way more damage out of if I get rid of stun powder, but I kind of need to finish it off. But yeah, I've been kind of just watching it on the side a bit. I'm not gonna lie, I've watched a lot of it, but I haven't really full focused it. Maybe when Godo finishes up Elden Ring, I'll focus it for a day or two and see how it is. I'll read a bunch of like, you know, comments on it or something, but not really. as much. So anyways, yeah, I unlocked the, yeah, so anytime I'm not watching Goto while I'm watching GDQ, I was playing, like, Mutazione. Just trying to make sure I got some more backlog done, and I actually enjoyed that game quite a bit. I kind of wish I would have streamed that one. But I guess a chill game like that, that's kind of just about hanging around a town and characters, maybe that kind of fits better off stream. I do almost 99% of my games on stream, but I guess there's a certain vibe of doing it off stream. And then I did a little bit of this today, so one thing you folks have missed is I picked up all the forms now. I got some cool abilities for sure. The overall goal is to just kind of probably level up the dragon because it's pretty good. And then maybe grab rank B on everybody to get most of their moves. Probably just get general level ups. So just dudes with lots of quests. No, not the couch. I mean, some of the couch ones, if they're, you know, annoying, it's kind of funny or something maybe, but more the donation readers on the FF7 run. Just, you know, maybe not just the FF7 run, but I didn't listen for long. But I usually don't like it when the donation readers, which it happens more often nowadays than it used to, but they chime in too often or overly amped. Or kind of like, if there's like a donation goal coming up, it's happened really bad in past years. They'll pretty much interrupt the runs. I just constantly talk about upcoming goals and stuff to try to get them met, and I don't mind that a bit, but it's kind of nice to be able to hear the whole commentary and kind of soak into the runs a bit. Some people probably love the non-stop, super ultra saccharine positive, like donations coming in at all times, but I kind of like it when it's a bit more focused on the run. If it's like a chill, you know, there's like a light amount. There's some Japanese runs last night where there's like 1 or 2 dono reads, and I was like, oh, I was a bit more interested. And I was like, I was watching a little bit of the FF7 one, and I was like, well, what I like about watching those long RPGs is usually the couch. The game commentators, they usually have a lot to say and a lot of strategies, and I wasn't hearing them as much as I would have liked. Nothing personal with anybody, I don't really have like a huge take on it, but like I said, I kind of wanted just to chit chat on here a little bit more, so. I don't have like a big problem or anything with any of the commentators or anything like that. It's just kind of, it was just enough that I kind of like, it tipped me into wanting to do a little bit more stream today. Nothing serious. Crits do more damage against status afflicted baddies. Let's do that. We still get some stun from. I get stun from anything on here? We get enough health from the other ship. And getting more crit damage means I heal more, so. Hit burn baddies with fire breath, hit baddies with fireballs. That's afflicted. Okay. Yeah, it's still good enough time though. It's just not really what it used to be. There's not as much like kind of. You definitely got to be interested in GDQ just for watching the game nowadays. Not to say that like the people who are the personalities or something are like bad or some shit. It's just that the environment, the kind of more corporate, like sterile. They don't really allow a whole lot of crazy antics kind of thing going on. Means that, you know, a lot of these people who maybe would be a lot of fun kind of have to keep it a bit under control. So it's a little bit more, you have to be in it more for the game, which means I still get some enjoyment out of it, maybe more than most. But doesn't help it's online this year, not in person. The quiz. Wonder how often this guy appears. I've never seen him before. Yeah, I'll probably watch more. It's something nice just to have on in the background. Or just to kind of wind down maybe at the end of the day or day not streaming or something. Don't know if I'll watch ESA this year. That one's usually a little bit better, but usually I've watched enough with GDQ that and I watch enough speedruns year round that I don't like to take too much time not streaming. Alright, so we got that one done. Yeah. Yeah, even the, like, the antics, the overkills, just kind of what you deem as maybe overkill back then was it's kind of like a cheesy kind of fun everybody had. They allowed him to do a bit more. I feel like nowadays it's a little too. I don't know. Controlled. Yeah, I love the old GDQ days. Yeah, like I said, I just kind of get like a different sort of fun out of it now. Like I said, I'll miss some years. I won't even watch some years, but sometimes I'll watch a good bit. Just depends. I do like using this dragon. Maybe I should upgrade more shit. Smite might be okay too. I've got a pretty good setup though. Slug Secret. Can I even upgrade Slug Secret anymore? No, he needs to be rank S. Yeah, I found a lot of good runners through GDQ in the past. I'll still follow runners that do GDQs. But like I said, because they can't really like go as all out maybe as they would on a stream, it's harder to get a vibe for how they are. But yeah, I used to follow a lot of people. I still watch a lot of people from old GDQs. Kill baddies while familiars are summoned. They want me to summon familiars now. That's fine. Zombie. Yeah, I follow a few Silent Hill runners. Like I said, I follow quite a few speedrunners. Which is also one of the reasons that GDQ is maybe, you know, more, sometimes not as interesting to me. Is like a lot of people will only watch speedruns during GDQ. It's like, I'm watching them all the time, so it's like, yeah. Kill 8 baddies with 1 fire breath. I'm gonna have to try that. Hope we'll get it here. Yeah, there's definitely a lot that has slipped through the cracks for me. The majority of who I've probably follow are more recent years, speedrun wise, but I'll still have some older folks who still do it, but yeah, it's a very different atmosphere nowadays too. I mean, you'll get speedrunners who are still top views on Twitch or high, but not like it was back in the Justin TV early Twitch days, where that, like, you know, a lot of the top people streaming were speedrunners. Now it's a huge mix, right? Like, speedrunning's still popular, but, you know, it's not like the only, like, one of the massive cornerstones of Twitch. It's a big part, but there's a lot more going on. You know, like I love watching people like ZFG just because I enjoy him. He's fun. Kind of just like a dry humor. But he does a lot of randos these days. Yeah, there's some people I'll watch just because of what they stream, but usually the ones I'll watch a lot of, it's their personality mixed in there, so. If I'm gonna watch a speedrun of something, I usually just go watch like the VOD. If I want to watch like a game I've played. If I particularly like the person, or if they're gonna live stream a game I like to watch a lot, then I'll do that. But I definitely don't watch speedruns as intently as I used to. Used to be, you know, I knew all the tricks for a lot of games and super ingrained in it. Now it's just a lot of variety and just maybe watch one to chill or learn something about a game here and there. Yeah, a lot of runners don't like speedrun anymore. But I'll still watch them. Like Bonesaw or like even out Elias or whatever. He's pretty popular still, but he doesn't do a lot of runs. Get baddies with 1 fire breath. I think we're gonna get that right here. That was easy. ZFG might. I'll watch TAS people a little bit more now too. Gotten into more TAS runs. It's interesting to me to see like what, like physically without human limitations, like a game can be. I think that's kind of cool. It's interesting watching. I watch TAS Malio. He does 1,000 Year Door. TAS builds and shit, which is pretty cool. But I mean, I'm streaming 90% of the time, so I don't watch as much as it sounds. Baddies have status immunity. Uh-oh. Unblock. Unknockable. Oh, I don't really care about knock. If we really wanted to get cranking, we could just go straight to these dungeons. I don't know what level they are, though. Level unknown. Oh, because I haven't walked in there. That's 48. I don't know how we get into that, we have a few quests still to do as well. Can we do the 8 baddies with one breath? I have to like grab some more dudes, so. Apparently I can go as long as I want. It's more a matter of just having 8 people. The damage is fucking horrible though. Oh, I'm only at 5. Some of them must have died from something else. I don't need the familiar one anymore. Although I don't hate having it. Nice to just have some familiars flying around. Does this thing cost any mana? No. It's just... it's free. Which is nice. Yeah, maybe some free shit would be good. Oh, you can charge it. Okay. Oh, that helps a little bit. What am I doing over here though? Just running around. Yeah, the audience, I like it in person better, but really, even in person, they are very spread out and they don't allow, there's like, it's a very large room, so they don't really get to a whole lot of antics. But, yeah, I still do prefer it in person. I don't mind it online, but yeah, there's a certain energy that's not there. But yeah, even the in-person ones aren't really like what they used to be. But no, I've been pretty much watching it since it started, so I'm just essentially taking a little break. Status immunity, unknockable. I don't really care if they're unknockable. We'll just do this one. Well, they did it they've done it a few times now. But this year the reason was, they don't like how Florida is these days, and COVID stuff. I imagine it's a lot cheaper to do those online, so if they want to maximize donations, they probably would prefer it. If it starts affecting views, though, because it's not as interesting that way, I could imagine them changing it back. But, they kind of jump between it. They had it in person. They've had it in person a little bit recently, and then sometimes they don't. We'll see. They did actually during COVID. They did it in person, I thought, at one point, or like right before, right after. I don't remember. It's not. They've done it many years, yeah. But I think they did one of them in person. Could be wrong. It's been a bit. That's what I'm saying. I'm not like that jacked it. I don't even remember. They've definitely done a lot. ESA doesn't do them online, I don't think, anymore. Which is the European... Was it the European Speedsters Assembly or something? It's kind of like... a little bit like GDQ used to be. Not quite to the same extent, but... Which will be in a few weeks, I think. One of those, it's been around for a while, but a lot of people enjoy it because it's, you know, in person and people can be a bit more wacky and shit. But I don't know, I don't watch it a whole lot. And then we had RTA in Japan earlier, but problem with RTA in Japan is I don't speak Japanese. It's interesting to watch though. I do have some runners from Japan I want to watch at GDQ. Got one who's going to be doing beautiful Katamari. What do we got here? Necrotic Lightning, Demon Familiars, slowed. Demon Familiars from Familiar Corpus. Okay, well, we're gonna have to do that first. Yeah, I heard though that they'd already rented it. This might be wrong, that they'd already rented it. And then had to, they decided to cancel. I'd imagine that's pretty costly though. You can't really cancel those renting big ballrooms and shit, or hall rooms, without a huge like fee. I wonder if that happened or not. Yeah, I could be totally wrong. But I think they'd already planned it to be in Florida and then they swapped it or canceled it. Who knows? Right, we need to slow people. Well, it's one of those things that, you know, if they just cancel, then that you can't quickly schedule a new event at a place like that fast enough because the amount of stuff they need to move in and all that. So if they cancel it at like a place like that, those people just aren't gonna get paid. So they have to put like big cancellation fees and shit so that they still get like money. Like you imagine like everybody canceled in 1 year and they didn't have to pay anything. They just go out of business. So. Maybe something like a down payment. Yeah. Okay, we do a hat trick here. Blood sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know. The publicly stated reason is they don't agree with what Florida's been up to, I think, on their Twitter. But I'm not, like, paying too much attention to it. Hit baddies with Monk's Smite. I'm sure if they think they could get away with it, they would do it online every year, because yeah, it's a lot cheaper. I don't know if, I mean, who knows? I mean, the thing is, like, I mean, it's more fun to do it in person, so I mean, if they're after the fun of it, but it's gotten so beyond just, like, somebody doing it in their grandma's basement. I mean, Uyama's even retiring this year from it, the guy who, like, created a lot of it. Like I said, it feels a lot more corporate. So I feel like, you know, maybe the fun of it's not always going to be in there as much as the making sure it's a successful charity thing. I don't know how much like PCF like relies on it. Who knows? I'm not gonna get like too much into the speculation and the tinfoil hat shit. I don't know enough about it all. Yeah, I mean, probably wouldn't want to do it in Florida. I'm sure they'll do it they used to do it in Colorado, I thought. But they're in Florida this time. Anyways, yeah. Move on to FF talk. Best change in the 6.3 patch has been an option to disable camera pivot in legacy control mode. Disable camera pivot. Like when you walk forwards, it like locks behind you, or what? Press A to run left. The camera would slowly turn behind you. Oh, would it? I don't use Legacy, I don't think. I have keyboard turning and all that. It'll do that when I keyboard turn. So maybe that's what it is. Yeah, they have measures in place to have ad blocking not really work anymore. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they're like working with the people or... if they just have their own stuff in. At one point it was going to be they were going to hard like stream it into the video. I don't know if that's how it is anymore. Slowed baddies though, they're not slowed. Well, I'm glad you think it's chill. Yeah, there's not really anything crazy going on in this. We're just kind of running dungeons and getting money clears and stuff. No story or anything, so I guess it's pretty... Nothing too like high octane or high investment. Yours works fine. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard some people are able to block them. I know in some countries you just don't get them at all. I haven't been able to block them for eons, so... Yeah, I have Ad Block Plus, but if there's like a specific one for Twitch, yeah, I don't know it. Yeah, it sucks going into a stream and getting like a fucking big ass fucking set of ads, but it's either that or I run ads every fucking like 30 minutes. So in my opinion, I'd rather have the pre-roll. You watch one pre-roll, then you don't have to watch anything else. Or you get to see me take like a 5-minute break every hour for ads to not have a pre-roll, which just seems kind of goofy. I mean, if you just want the ad money, sure, but like if you're trying to like give less ads to people than playing them yourself to have more seems kind of counterintuitive. A necromancer. At least a lot of these challenges are simple enough on these later game ones. Just refreshing. Hit bags of blood cycles, damaging aura. Alright, let's swap back over to those. There we go. Later, yeah, I'm at the end of my day anyways. So extra chill. What's today? Firing a dev agency using signing a contract with a new agent? Oof. The drama. If the offload to a third-party agency, right? So is the old one just sucking, or do you just need them to be like a little more efficient or something? Language times and shit, yeah, makes sense. Gotcha. Oh, they're pretty expensive for the quality you're getting. That's alright. Right. Really? Okay. You're going American and it's cheaper. Yeah. You think then they'd be quality, but well, good luck on their next gigs, I guess. They're losing people. Status immunity. Yeah. Now you can trust them. Makes sense. Let's go back in here real quick and... Or we could go to one of these. Mana cost is higher. Ugh, we got the fucking dark dungeon. Oh, is this one of those? Like the nest we did. These are all the same level now. Form locked. $49. I think these are just scaling up. Everything's 49 now. What's even the point? Dragon Ruler Alazar's is 49. What's the point? If they're gonna get fucking all 49, then let's just fucking go do the fucking big ones, man. I'm not gonna get like an advantage, really. Well, I'm sure you're no stranger to drama, so hopefully it's at least simple for you. What the fuck? I just got annihilated by that guy. Yeah, I've heard they've been doing a lot of work on that lately. Kill baddies with Monk's Holy Light while you have 3 attack buffs. Okay. Free, isn't it? I mean, I have to use something totally different. Yeah, I can't use Blood Sacrifice, I have to use this. Oh yeah, crisp. Yeah, I'll need to do some updating. Doing these all together is gonna be a bitch. I gotta blood sacrifice people, but then I also need holy light, and I need pump up because blood sacrifice is enough. But I have to fucking summon people to be able to do blood sacrifice. Where are we going? Shadow and light. We have some shadow and light combo on somebody I could just do to keep it simple. I do have holy light. That's a little too much though. Play mermaid. Do a summon build here. Hey, good luck. Impact damage. Robot's Tempest Barrage. I was interested in doing all the quests in this, and I still maybe am. On the other hand, it's like, what do you even really get from them? Or if it's just XP and then everything just scales up with me, it kind of kills the whole fucking point. No shirt, no entry code, no admission. Oh, is this like a hidden area over here maybe? Kill baddies while you have 2 attack ups, holy light. Let's do this. I don't think this is a secret area. No shirt, no code. Somebody with a shirt. Entry code required. Do I need to like have the robot? What's the code? How would I even know what the code is? Secret corporation. I mean, I need to do Alcazar first. Could be. Oh, there's the gate code is right there. I have to do this side dungeon. Okay. That explains that. What do we got in there? Status immunity, and I need light damage. I could just play this motherfucker, man. Holy light's really expensive, though. Can I get it to be cheaper? I think I get it to last longer. Not really the same. Yeah, we'll give it a try, though. still have to poison people with holy light? Yes. The mana regen's is really fucking bad, man. This motherfucker, dude. Okay, so we have to do this dungeon. On the monk, I'm not too worried about that. The thing is, though, they scale to your level, but I could just buy attack power. And then I think that, I imagine that's separate from scaling. Let's just try to get to the end quickly, instead of fucking around. They're immune to status in here, so maybe I shouldn't be doing him. Because he needs to get people poisoned. Or to be on somebody that actually gets use of everything. Baddies with holy light. Yeah, I'll probably swap off. I mean, we could just get him his next rank for shit. I mean, he's great for this though. It's just that fucking status ailment thing. Just depends on how much I care about getting his I could just run it. Just say fuck it. I just like to get him to see. I want to get those upgrade tokens. The problem is Smite ends up killing them before Holy Light does, usually. What? Games suck. Oh no. If only I knew earlier. These have familiars for 20% max health. Cooldown very long. Heal yourself with blasphemy, reduce damage with robot steel plated. Modern flash game energy. Yeah, this one's not perfect, but it's still pretty fun. But it's got its issues for sure. I'm not digging the dungeon scaling. I get they always want them to be like some kind of challenge, but when it's for the final dungeons in the game, then that just means that there's no reward essentially at all because there's no gear and the money's not a big deal. Like there's no reward for even doing them outside of just for the sake of doing them, and they're not that different, right? Definitely don't like that part. Let's just finish this place with the monk. I don't need to be looking at my fucking class every 2 seconds. It'll go well. We don't need to pump up anymore. If I don't want, I'm just gonna get the dodge. I don't really care about the heal either. Oh, but they want me to heal myself more. I need to poison 75 people. It's not really gonna happen on the fly here. But I don't know, this class just works great for these wards, so I don't know how to fuck with it. It's fun enough though, it's addicting, and I do like the different classes and synergies and shit. But yeah, definitely a bit more issues than Guacamelee had. But they're also trying to pull off something a touch more unique here. Yeah, the execution's a little fumbled. Like I said, I think the overworld design's kind of fucked. Some of the scaling and reward structure is kind of shit by the end here. I mean, it's fun just to like level shit up and, you know, make a more optimized build. So that's always going to be there. And money does let you buy more intense things, so that's cool. But on the flip side, it's like, you know, you're kind of following these quests so intently that while you can make your own little builds and stuff, usually you're just kind of doing what they want. And it's not like a terribly difficult game or anything. As long as you got like some thought put into it a little bit. Like I said, I know the music sometimes can be a bit grating or just not that impressive. I don't care for the visuals or the writing, so it's really just all in the gameplay. And like the minute to minute's pretty simple, but I do like the build stuff, and it's cool unlocking shit. It's just like when I take a break from the game and I'm thinking about it, I'm like, you know, there's not a whole lot pulling me back. Once you get back in the mix, it's addicting. Getting like new forms and stuff and finishing the quests and all that, but not the rewards are kinda five. Oh. Not that there isn't some strategy in the minute-to-minute gameplay or anything, like, you know, there's kiting, and depending on what you're playing, you do have to think a different way. It's more of a... It's more about, like, customized depth and variety than just, like, raw, like, depth, I don't know, we'll see by the end. It's one of those, I think I enjoy it. But it's one of those that's got a lot of issues. Not like a Breath of the Wild where it's got a lot of issues and it's really great, but still, I think this has some issues that's you can't completely get past, but it's still worth playing. More than I figured it would be, at least. Alright. It's like I could become the League Meister, but it's like, who cares? I could finish the night quest and shit. I probably will. I mean, might as well, right? Although I'm not really interested in doing some of those night quests. Like there's one that's like the target range, and it's like, No, I guess I know what I could use for the target range. I'd have to upgrade it a bit, but that's what I'm using right now. Make it last a little longer. I do think the amount of abilities and how you can customize the classes are impressive. Some don't play all that different, and I think summons are too fucking strong. They end up just being like a better option for a lot of stuff, but they motivated the blood pack. Oh, you can get 3 attack buffs from this. Nice. I can actually finish that one if I wanted. Without too much fuss. I want to see what this dungeon's even gonna give, or what I need for it. I go too hard. 3 attack buffs. Blood sacrifice. I want the horse, but yeah, I think stuff like that definitely. Like, it'd be a bit better if flowing between the forums and like swapping to them was a bit more encouraged. Like, it is technically on the surface, but generally you just pick like a good guy, customize them how you want, and then run through it. At most, you'll be swapping like one other thing. And it'd be a bit better if, like, you know, like I said, the transformation wheel was a bit juicier with either slowdown, full stop, or something like that. Maybe you can't make as many one-size-fits-all kind of summons as well. Or there's just kinds of enemies that instead of just kind of like, you know, you break their certain kind of type of shield, there's like maybe some more natural, like, enemy types that just kind of work better with certain transformations. Like maybe a guy you just need to be quicker, like you have to move around. Melee, or, you know, maybe there's a guy that's just like, it's just stuff like that kind of. Like, I mean, I get it, it's more Diablo-y when it's like this, where you just like walk up to a big ball of people and they explode and it's shit's, you know, loot's flying out. That's fun. And I do enjoy that. And having the different elemental types to require you to swap is fine and all. It's that there's a lot of elemental types and shit that can be covered doing like a lot of the similar type of shit. Like, I can summon in like 3 different flavors. Like, I got sword summons, light summons. Oh no, I got sword summons, and then 2 shadow summons. So it's like, that's generally gonna cover at least 1 dungeon. And then they just need some other ability on top of that. So it's like, you could always use like summons and shit. I don't know, it just depends. We'll see by the end. It's hard to say exactly. Level 56. This is level 51. See, they always stay 2 behind you. I wonder if when you discover them changes the level. 56. I would not be surprised. Alright, well, we could go attempt to finish this one. Yeah, maybe more challenges that kind of like... I don't know though, it's like... I'll say more challenges that kind of like mesh, like ultra unique powers. Like, I hear you getting one with the, like, I like the one where you had to like avoid the lasers. There's another one of those I did off stream. Kind of creative uses of stuff. I guess we're about to do one with the ranger or whatever. We kind of have to pick like certain abilities to finish off a course, but maybe something that just kind of happens more naturally, and then the swapping was easier. But then the build times are really long, so it's like maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. It's hard to do a game like this where you have like so much build variety. It's its greatest strength, but perfectly done or anything. Well, we could use a cooldown reduction thing. That might help a bit. Like on one hand it's cool to theory craft. On the other hand you just like kinda wanna move on. What's up, Outcast? Welcome back. Charge time. What's this will do for now? I think it's some like longer range shit for her. Other than Holy Light. Tempest Barrage you have to be like a certain distance. I mean, I suppose I could use Ravager Rocket. It's 40 mana versus blah blah, which is 25. I could do Fireball. Yeah, that work. Yeah, the game does try to make it so that you do overscale shit. It feels like you're strong, right? Like I'm clearly over these guys, but they still do go up a couple levels here and there. I think there's just like certain breakpoints where they'll always stay that far behind you once you get past them. Like this, it's like if you're ever 2 levels above any of these, they seem to always stay with you. And maybe it has something to do with unlocking certain areas. You know, look at this place. Now it's level 51. It was 49 2 seconds ago. Wasn't it? I don't know. I don't quite understand how it works. I just like move areas and then all of a sudden it's changed. I mean, I guess it's more about clearing them, but still, it does hurt the feeling of progression. You just kind of, I mean, which it's like, it wouldn't be a big deal if, you know, the activities themselves were super awesome, but the idea is that in these kinds of games, you know, usually the XP and the monetary rewards are like, you know, half the fun. So. I still enjoy it a lot, or not a lot, but I still like it a lot. Decent amount, but I don't like oversell it. But, yeah, there's definitely some wonkiness there. This is a pain in the ass. Can I lower the cooldown here? Or buff the length this lasts? Can't make it last any long, but I can buff quick cooldown. Definitely the strat though. At least they give you full mana before you start these. Arrow just does not shoot enough or shoot quick enough. And the mana issues here are pretty annoying too. It's kind of like a puzzle. It's weird because at times you want to have more of the puzzly stuff where you use like creative use of abilities, but other times you just kind of want to like keep cranking and going through places. I think some of them are fun. Like this one's fine once you get the right stuff. Where is the other like hero quest? I have no idea. We don't have it unlocked, I don't think. I think maybe if it was fleshed out in the environment a little bit better, that'd be good. Environment's definitely like a lackluster. I guess we can walk in here and see. Nope, there's somebody here. Another task. The depleted mines. Oh, I already ran that dungeon, so hope he doesn't want me to run it again. I didn't know he had a quest in there. It didn't show it on the map. See. I'll go in as the big man. Probably get the slug to rank S. Well, 8 dudes with 1 fire breath, 3 dudes with a charge ball. There are 8 dudes here. Need one more. Can I find like one guy to finish off with this? Gonna be a pain. It's possible though. Not the best way to do that, but whatever, you got done. Like a whole new dungeon or something? Or is this just a little bit of one? A little bit of one. Oh, they just gave us like full mana and shit. This is my fucking speed dodge setup. I've upgraded this so that I don't take much damage from fucking going invincible. And we got dodge on it. It's nice to have like something like that, but to switch to it on the fly, I still got hurt a little bit because of it. Alright, well now we finished them up. Let's go become a full knight. I don't know how we get into there's a fucking there's a chest like right here. I have no idea how to get to it. Let's see if it's worth finishing off these people. Maybe I'll do the other ones. I mean, all I have to do for the other one is like a single quest. I don't know on the mage one. There might be a new mage quest. I have to go check. Oh. So like a final quest. Keep your sword sharp. Well, if there's like a finale to it, that's fine. Let's see if there's another quest hiding here. Be cool if there's a way to like full heal. I am fucking sleep deprived. I've not had the best sleep this week. Some nights are okay. Some nights I just don't get enough. Some nights I have like nightmares and wake up and I'm like, damn, that was a cool nightmare, but I sure wish I didn't wake up like I was about to get murdered. I was like, I appreciated like the cinematography, whatever you want to call it, of the nightmare, but I was like, alright, I could like actually have some sleep. So. School 9 to 3, I get 5 hours back. Jesus, well, good luck, pal. Oh, kill enemy buff growth. Oh, what is this enemy buff growth? Dark Tower Dungeon. Yeah, I bet you are. Okay, Dark Tower Dungeon. Form locked. Well, that's every dungeon anyways. I just sit on the same form. Yeah, well, hopefully it comes soon for you. Or it feels like it comes soon, right? What do you got planned? Nah, I played, yeah, that 40k game. I played Mutazione. I've just been watching GDQ and Elden Ring. I'll finish this tomorrow, probably. Neo. I was thinking about doing Neo too before Woe Lang came out. There's a way to like heal myself. Like save points should really just heal you. I could just die and full heal at a save point. Like why not just let me? Oh really? Yeah. I'll just be running Neo too. If I do it on a PS4, so I won't get the collection ship. It's alright though. And it's interior level 56. Really. Still have to protect her though. I have no health, so this isn't gonna go well. Yeah. We'll see. I'd like to do it, but let's see if I get to it. I'm just renting a bunch of small indie shit right now. I hate that when you walk in the darkness, you get fucking hurt, dude. It's the worst fucking shit. Yeah, I already have no health. Lot of jack and shit. Anything I could just use that'll get this easily? Betty bomb maybe? Yeah, I'm definitely not doing force weapon. Like I said, I might pick up a PS5 soon. I've got a lot of things still to do, but there's a lot of new stuff. Like RE4 Remake, I don't think is coming out on last gen on Gamefly. I sent them an email to see if they say anything, but... yeah, see, Hogwarts is coming out 2 months later on Gamefly on last gen. If it's shit, I don't care. I just won't play it. I'm not like super invested. I might want to play the old Harry Potter games at some point. Yeah, it's just kind of like a... I don't know. Steelbook, yeah. It's like that, FF16, like, they're not dropping the price anytime soon, so for me, I save a lot of money renting games. So when Gamefly stops really supporting the old systems, then I need to kind of jump ship. Yeah, I don't really... I'm not too invested in it. I'm not expecting much either. But we'll see. Yeah, Ratchet. There's a bunch of indies that have only released on PS5 that are on PC, but I could rent them on PS5, like The Pathless and Shantae, the new Shantae. There's a bunch of shit like that. It'll definitely let me do a bunch of shit on the cheap, which would be nice. Hey, nice Klutsu. Hell yeah. Enjoy that 5 days. Well, I do have to kill stuff with Monk's Light. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot of money for me. I don't like spending money, so. But I mean, I'll probably end up doing it soon. I don't need to do it like right now, but. But I'll make use of it, and it does save me money. That'll like buy a bunch of shit. But the thing is, I've been going through the entire backlog of like GameFly's like old shit. I'm about through most of it, but I've got a few more things on PS4 and shit I'd like to grab. Thing is, I could still play like my PS4 shit. PS5, so. Sorry, I'm a little distracted right now. Open it up, lady. I'm just assaulting her though. Should have done some zombies, man. How close do I have left with him? Sacrifice from those with less than 25% health. Yeah. Should probably get rid of auto explode at 10% if I want to do that shit. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Jedi Survivor is next gen only as well, and I'm like, I'm not buying these full price on PC, and I don't care enough about them to want to buy them anyways. Like RE4 and like F16 are like the ones I'm like, and then there's enough stuff I could rent. Save me $1. I mean, do I need the PS5? No. I don't. I could just not play new shit and still play games for like years, and it just wouldn't really matter. But it's a fun part of the stream. And anyways, it's like, I'm still playing PS4 shit. Maybe a touch extra juice wouldn't hurt anyways. Still PS3 shit, yeah, that's kind of my thing, like there's still plenty of shit. So the idea was I was gonna wait for a price drop, but I don't think they're gonna price drop that thing. They've been doing price increases. They might do a new model, but it's just gonna have no disk drive. Let's be real. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on what the rumor is. I'd want one before the end of the year. I mean, I used a base PS4 its entire life cycle. So I don't really care about pros or anything. I was hoping me waiting around would have some benefit, but it's gonna buy one full price anyways. Grandmaster Knight. It's just XP? Okay. I mean, that's cool, dude, but like... XP's nice, but then you go look and the dungeons have scaled to your level. And then you're kind of like, well, maybe it's not so nice. Like, it doesn't really matter that much. I mean, there's got to be a point where they stop, right? Like, you do have infinite quests. That'll keep giving you XP. So there's like a point where it's like, they stop, you know? Like, yeah, I guess you don't want to just blitz through these, but it's like, well, I mean, I am doing all the shit. Like, I don't care that much. Mana costs go up. Not too hard. Form locks, not hard. This one doesn't even have anything. One is the dragon. Probably safe to spend money now. Dark dungeon. Oh, thank God this wasn't the kind of dark dungeon I was expecting. Bethesda, oh, Xbox and Bethesda. Yeah, I mean, Starfield stuff, maybe. Or is it gonna be more Xbox centric? No Starfield. So is it just like Bethesda titles? Or like Doom or something? Redfall. Yeah, hype. fucking hype right there, dude. So is it just a general Xbox thing? That's fine. If it's like a... Yeah, if it's a general Xbox thing, that's fine. If it's Bethesda themselves, I don't really care. I mean, everything I could care about with them, they've already announced. And I don't need to see much more on it. We'll see how they end up. Yeah, I'll definitely be interested in Game Pass shit. Almost got the Dragon Est. Hit more baddies with Fireball. Yeah, Atomic Hearts. This month's been pretty light on Game Pass, but I'm glad. Because some kind of backlog city. I'm really kind of just... There's a lot of stuff that's been creeping that I'm kind of really wanting to play regardless of release schedules or anything. Like some stuff I picked up on Steam and all that, so... I might play Atomic Heart on release. That's another reason I'm not really like in a super rush for like PS5 or anything. It's like I really got like an ultra backlog, and I'm not ultra gung ho on a lot of these. If RE4, if they just say they fucked up the listing or something, and RE4 still ends up on last gen on GameFly, then I'll probably not get the PS5. But I want to play RE4 when we're talking about it. Yeah, February's got a good amount of shit for me. Ishin's in February. I don't know if the fucking Kiryu like mini like game is digital only or what, or if it's coming out like later this year. Trails in a Reverie. Yeah, I'm excited for those. I've got plenty of other games coming out, but yeah, ones I'm like legit excited for, probably those. If Prime 4 or some other surprise happens, sure. But there's stuff that I'm gonna play that I'm kind of interested in. We'll see. I don't know. I don't always have all the games coming out on the top of my head. A lot of the time I just kind of see it by the month, because I got so many games always planned out. Breath of the Wild's definitely a big one. Not saying I won't be playing others, yeah. I've just had that backlog vibe building up for a bit. Where I'll play games that I'm interested in, but are also kind of new releases. So I'm not like 100% interested, but I'm interested enough to kind of, you know, it's leaving Game Pass, or you know, it might be leaving like GameFly or something. So like, I'll play that instead of something I'm like really interested in. Kind of feeling. Maybe after the Hitman shit, or maybe even tomorrow, if we got time to do something like I'm ultra interested in. Up in the air. When is it coming out? Because it's not on Game Pass or GameFly yet. I'm really hoping it is. I mean, I don't mind buying it because I just want to. I mean, I've played all the other Yakuza shit, but it could be coming out on Game Pass at some point. I'd be willing to wait. The only Yakuza thing I haven't played It's the Black Panther ones on PSP, Dead Souls, the Japanese only ones, and then the fucking Kaito DLC. I didn't pick that up. That's like, I'd like to be in the know on the Curious Story. Yeah, it probably will be. It's just when something doesn't come out physically, I gotta buy it then. Which is fine, but there's a little bit more I put into the thought-wise when I have to actually pick up something full price on release. I like me some Yakuza, but I don't know if I would day one that full price. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully there's still some surprise announcements and stuff. Is Death Stranding 2 next year? They announced that. Yeah, I'm all caught up with the series. The ancient town of Kamurocho, it's kind of like the same layout. That would be funny. Ancient Kamurocho. The Millennium Castle Tower. Just like the one from Kiwami too, bro. Tigers and all. Is there something I'd prefer in here? The explosive fireball's not bad. Really? I didn't know if they're gonna keep making them. I always thought that one had like some kind of I guess on the ropes or something in some way, but maybe not. There's another Labyrinth game coming out in like a few weeks too. I've got like almost a dozen things coming out in a few weeks, but a lot of them are just kind of little indies. They'll probably get delayed. What do we get at S rank? I've heard the Labyrinth games are pretty good, yeah. But I mean, I can't say. Did I get anything at S rank? No, you just are S rank. Okay. Are they garbage? Oh, I thought they were supposed to be decent. Maybe I just heard wrong. There's sure enough of them. No, I don't hear about any except like the first one. So. Oh, really? Figured it'd have like, since it was like a proper dungeon crawler, have like a touch of depth or something. Damn. You could always rent that silent. They recommended this dungeon for fucking buff growths. Kill enemy buffing growth. There wasn't any here. This was the dungeon they recommended and everything. Jesus, that sounds ultra boring. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like just go play like an SMT or Etrian Odyssey. How many of them did you play? Just Labyrinth, like the Dusk, what was it? How much is it? The Coven of something is the new one coming out. There's Dusk of Refrain. Something to the Witch. Coven of Dusk, yeah. The story's alright. That's the same company, right, as Disgaea, isn't it? Or am I crazy? Buffing growths. You know, this is level 53. It's like, well, fucking hell, man. Let's get the slug up there. Poison and blah blah. Not anytime soon. I just had some FF14 time. Maybe in the next half patch or next full patch. I got way too much backlog right now that I really want to mess with. It seems good, yeah. I'm just gonna wait on it. It's on my backlog. Let's see. Let me look it up. Not the one by the old SMT creators, right? You're thinking of a different one. Undernaut's Labyrinth of Yomi. That one was supposed to be pretty solid, I thought. It's on my... Yeah, Monarch. It's on my, my to-do list. But I have a lot of JRPGs on my list, so it's like I'm a little bit more picky and choosy with those. I might do Crossbell soon around that. I'm waiting on them to send me Uda 3. Because I think they got like one copy of Uda 3 at Gamefly. And I'd rather not have to find a way to play that. I'm just gonna do it. No. It says availability is really low right now. I wonder if that's because they're gonna send it to me, so they already got it on reserve, or if it's like fucked. We'll see. Well, you gotta understand, it's because of gameplay. The game's 5 years old on gameplay. So I either find some way to rent it now through that, or I have to find some other means to play it. And I don't know if I want to pay like money. I'd have to though. I don't have any other ways to really play it. I mean, maybe I could rent the Vita version. Play that version. Find it like used somewhere. But yeah, if I'm gonna play that POS, like I'd rather fucking get it. Be able to rent it with gameplay. Yeah, that the art's definitely like theirs. It looks cool. I'm interested in it. Yeah, we'll see if they send that to me today. If they don't, I'm worried. It says very low. I might just end up. I've seen it before where they'll just disappear out of stock. But it was the one time the only time I saw it happen was when I reported a game broken with Kirby, and then that was like their only copy. So I'm hoping nobody all of a sudden sniped Uda Mask of Truth. I have to wait on them, but I'm expecting them to send it to me. Yeah, we love Uda. Later. Yeah, Undernaught seems cool though. I definitely want to like give it a go at some point. Just a little longer, so. Do I have like a better way to do the stomp? Guess we could stomp. Oh no, gallop. There's a knife one too. What's it gonna look like? Okay, we can get that though, if that's all it is. Yeah, I need to do, like I said, tomorrow we'll probably finish this. I doubt I'll finish this. Oh, the Monada is back there, man. The Buster Sword. The Transistor Gun. The Halo Weapon. They got all the swords back there. The Kingdom, we got fuck Kingdom Key. They got the fucking, Master Sword. What's the middle one on the right? It's the only one I'm not sure of, and then the top right. Wouldn't be these devs if they didn't make probably too many references and meme things. They did the fucking Shiro meme at some point when I was playing this off stream. Oh, that's got sword. Look, man. The top right one looks familiar, but I don't know what it is. Is there like a crossbar arm on the left here too? Yeah, I don't know top right. What was the middle left one? Like some assassin blade or some bullshit. Jesus, dude, we gotta be like ultra quick here. That's like a very particular setup. What do they want me to play then? Yeah, for sure. It's not as bad in this, but Guacamelee 1 and shit, it was like textbook example of don't put too many memes and references in your game. This one, it's been under control a bit. There's some memes here and there that, especially like the Navy SEAL one that they've done before, and then some references. But the game's bigger problem with its writing and shit is it's just not fucking interesting or funny regardless. At least Guacamelee had the style and like the gameplay was also good. It just made up for it all. But this, it's like it's only the gameplay. Yeah, actually playing games, extra novel. Guess we could play Ghost. Just need to have something for this. I could probably shoot a rocket at it. I'm way too slow right now, so we gotta change passives. That might work, I just have to do it right. It is novel. Poison baddies. Kill baddies hurt by zombies or demon familiars. Induction ceremony. Yeah, I think what this game needs is like a couple little upgrades or little key items or something. Like maybe just like health or attack upgrades. Just something from these quests that's a little bit more than just XP. When every single quest and every single like job quest and everything gives just 50 XP. Like, I get it for the balance of it, but like going through, like when we're at the point where the dungeons will keep scaling to catch up to me, and all I'm getting is just like base XP, then that means I just have to be having fun with the activity, and these quests aren't like that interesting. There's not that many, that's not a huge deal. And there's just like the completionist aspect that's fun, but I mean, this one is 56. I feel like it's scaled up to 56. I would not be surprised if some of these dungeons are actually way lower if you show up here with like barely any levels, but who knows. I don't know if I'll end up doing every dungeon. I mean, there's like 3 that I haven't done. We'll see. We'll do the story required ones, and then maybe I'll do the rest. I mean, I'll pretty much 100%. Well, see, I wouldn't have 100%ed it because I need to grind everybody's shit to S, and I'm not gonna do that. At least I don't have plans. I wonder if there's any like copyright shit using those swords. Not that I'd want them to get fucked. I mean, it'd be fucking nasty. Enemy buff growths, man. Yeah, just some kind of like little thing, right? Where I can still get like a little bit of advantage regardless of scaling. Like I said, instead of just maybe buying your attack up, you could just earn a couple, right? It'd be a nice little way to clean up the incentives a bit. Because the only thing you actually find in the world, other than just like chests with money, is extra mana. There's like 35 extra mana berries. So it'd be nice if the world had a little bit more stuff like that too. Like I said, I like the form switching, and I think overall it's a pretty well thought out system. Nothing feels like too fucked. But there's definitely some stuff that falls to the wayside in this game. Like the overworld, the comedy. I mean, maybe the presentation. I don't know how you guys feel about it. You know, the look of the game, the music. I don't think it's like totally fucked, but the presentation generally doesn't really hit me. Some of the songs are good, but they're not. I mean, some of them are kind of grating after a bit. I don't know. What do we got here? Some traps or something. Let's keep her alive. All this form swapping on the fly. Easier said than done. I need to just pause to do this. It's like shit like this feels super not smooth, like at all. For no fucking reason. I have to like manually like go to the menus and shit. What? They said I have to keep her alive. Oh, there's like a fucking... Oh, I see. Thank God there's a checkpoint, dude. I'm gonna be pissed. Oh, we're supposed to like not be beating the shit out of her. Okay. Like there's some cute things there, but then like the time it takes to like swap and the menuing makes it just not feel smooth. Like imagine we did that just like I just had buttons for it and we just I was like, oh, I need to be this form, I need to be that form, I need to be this form, and they all have like a special build I made that are really cool, and then enemies that like I had to kind of respond to a bit better. It's like usually I just make like one guy that solves everything, where I like have to suffer through like swapping through like pause menus. It's all cool, man, but then there's just enough bullshit to make it a little more annoying than it should be. I mean, that was cute enough though. Doesn't really require much, but there's some ways to make it easier, which I think is cute too, right? Like instead of just like hard required ways that you can like you need certain forms to get through things, there's ways to use forms to make stuff easier in like creative ways. Like on the races it's really good because they'll put down food so you can get more mana to use like gallops, but then there's also water, so you could just go water form, or you could, you know, iframe dash through goop, or you could use like passives that make it so your speed never drops below a certain level, so you could just walk through the slows anyways. And like there's cute stuff like that. I think when it's being clever with forms and builds like that, but not tedious, it's at its best. Running around and kicking ass in the dungeons is fun. I do think it may be. And it's probably a better baseline of fun, because some of those, like I said, are tedious. You have to like wait around the whole game to get like a certain ability, like just to achieve something, but I don't know. Hard to say. It's a unique game, so it's kind of, I'm at the end of my day here, so maybe not the best thoughts on it. I have like one more quest. What these dude. Recommended Dark Tower Dungeon. You know, they say that, but I just did it and I got none of what they asked for. What we're gonna do is just move on with the story dungeons and hope some of those pop up, and if they don't, I will finish it just because it's like the only thing. I mean, 100% other than grinding forms, which I don't care about. Shadow and light. We should work well for this. We want him to finish off his passive one though, so let's swap this out. There's one where I have to sacrifice guys under 25% health, but they explode at 10% if I leave that on, so it kind of makes it harder. Signature hits do not regen mana. The SMT music, huh? Sounds like the music at the shopping area or whatever in SMT4, the undergrounds. Kill 126 dudes. Oh yeah, I don't gain anything here anyways. Let's just do zombie bites, because it's cheaper. Could ditch holy light. Yeah, we're just playing for keeps, so what's the best for keeps option? I mean, holy light's pretty good. Oh, those are the gross. See, there's just some in this dungeon. A lot of zombies. do like these games though where like most upgrades you do, most decisions you make on the back end of the RPG are like pretty significant, right? Like instead of like, you know, there's so many like AAAs or whatever you want to say, like games these days where like stats are just generally adjusting like micro percents, and there's only like a few truly like unique ways that you can customize your character's playstyle. It's a lot harder to pull off is probably the reason, but that's why it's much more impressive. I think we've killed enough. Yeah, we got 148. Let's just go around. It's something I guess you could pull off maybe a little bit better in a kind of an action game where there's more going on than just the combat. Which is why the overworld's that's why it's kind of disappointing, so they could do a little bit more there. The same with Monster Sinks, right? Like you can make some pretty significant, you know, synergies and thoughts when it came to team comps and shit. It made pretty big differences, but they fumbled also the overworld exploration shit, the Metroidvania aspects. It's kind of like this. They had the ideas for it. This probably handles the overworld better, but they both nailed the combat. I don't know, this one's made me think about Monster Sanctuary quite a bit for some reason. And I guess there's a pretty obvious reason. A mix of action, but with more of a focus on like a plethora of customizable essentially jobs. It's like a touch of a focus on like an overworld job, just being the Pokemon. Necromancer's pretty good. Alright, setup. Boss time. You can tell I've thought about some of those things. So like even just these dungeons not allowing you to level up quests means that you have to play for like you actually make a efficient composition. Thing is though, there's only like 4 of those dungeons, right? Or 4 or 5. So it's not most of the game. It's not gonna be like that. I mean, you could just ignore leveling, but that's not really advantageous. funny, man. Black. Nobody cares, dude. Nobody cares about the story. I'm sorry to break it to you, bro. See, I came out of that dungeon and now these are like 55. Maybe they go up after you do more dungeons? That'd be weird. It's possible. That'd be kind of a cute way to do it. In a way. I don't know how they do it. If they get hard the more you do, then like you don't want to make sure you save the side ones for last. Did I level up in there? I don't think so. It's tied to like amount of quests done. But that's pretty much, they could just do it by XP then. Who knows? Status durations times 5, baddie damage times 0.2. Well, we could just play the dragon on that. I mean, status duration, we're definitely gonna wanna spec into some stun. The damage I'm honestly not too worried about. It wants me to talk to the dude in the west. Okay. I have to fight something though. Battle of Wits. What cannot be used until first it is broken? Do I have to actually change into something? zombie. What cannot be used until first it is broken? A horse. What? How's it not a horse? You have to break the horse, man. An egg? You can't have a zombie. You can't fucking use a zombie till it's dead. You can't use a fucking horse. I mean, technically you could use a horse without breaking it. That's the whole idea. Shit, man. One always sleeps while wearing its shoes. Always sleep while wearing its shoes. I don't know. They seem. Maybe a rogue. Harbor. Roll it, Harbor. It's either that or I'm dead. I got horseshoes. Who's even more powerful than the dragon ruler himself? A horse. Well, this one's probably nobody. There's a lot of things you break, man. I mean, eggs sure made the most sense, but an horse, man. Come on. Sweet. We got some. More XP, big XP there, really useful. As usual. Alright. The addiction, I like to hear. Have fun. Those ones are definitely bizarre. Circle the Moon plays more like a classic Mania and like a Soten map, but it's got some cool things going on. They all do. What's up, Newton? Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that and Harmony. I don't know, I think I liked Harmony more. It's a little bit closer to like Aria. Circle's like way more rigid, like a classic Mania, but it has that's the one with the card system, right? Where you customize the abilities. It's a pretty cool idea. But the game's like way more rigid than say, later shit. I want to play Monk here. definitely want to have some more stun. Shit lasts forever. I'll go save them. It's alright. I did a little off stream. I should probably be getting off today. I've been up for a while now. We played a Warhammer game earlier today. Yeah, we're almost done with this, I think. We got one major dungeon, a few side ones if I want. And I imagine the finale. Yeah, I've seen some of the speedruns are pretty wild. Yeah, I still had fun with those, so I think you'll like them. Although coming right off of like a marathon of Soten through Order of Ecclesia, they might feel a little crazy, but maybe the variety will be nice. Your lunch break? Oh, I hope you have a good lunch break. I'm figuring out a build here. Just going as the monk. It's not like I'm leveling the monk though. In this is just a dungeon. Whew. It's sword and fist. Guess I could throw up a different fist one. No, what Ravager rockets. Tail swipe. Do muscle pump. Stomp. Good old classic stomp. Love me some Order of Ecclesia, dude. Favorite. Oh, really? They just took some things from it. Maybe that explains it. What about Harmony? Because Harmony feels more like a gap between like Arya and Soten. Like obviously there's limitations, so Harmony's not as good as Soten, but like you can see the Arya there. Yeah, it makes sense. Because it'd be weird for Ego to do like Soten style combat and then go back to like classic Vania. But I mean, I guess they do that still. It's been like decades later with Bloodstain. And those are classic Vanias in like a very loose sense. You're like fucking character swapping hard and like Chain of the Moon. The Bloodstained one. It also is COTM, isn't it? I don't remember the COTM it is though. So there's Circle of the Moon, there's Chain of the Moon. I think Chain of the Moon is the Bloodstained spinoff. Yeah. I don't know why I'm doing this dungeon. I should probably just save it. Status duration's longer. Well, getting the stun in is like important though. You think you're getting pretty close? You've been working it for a bit. Have you been playing anything else, Newton? Ooh, yeah, someday I'll get into Digimon. Unhinged, yeah. Well, Survive interested me because it was like a VN, but... Yeah, I'm playing Uda 3 soon if I can get a hold of it. I got good reason though. My reason is that it's probably gonna be fucking sold off of the Gamefly stock soon. In fact, I might not even be able to run it. We'll see what happens after today. So if I'm ever gonna play that POS, I don't have to pay big money for it. So it's probably time to do it. It might kill me. 2 almost killed me. That was insanely boring. But it should be entertaining, yeah. I mean, this is the one, so... but I'll probably do the Hitman Marathon first. Yeah, you're gonna have to let me know how that is, Newton. Would love to hear about it. Get you a little break from Survive for some Engage. Yeah, I would like to play Engage, but since it's kind of a fan service game, and it's like really far down the line, I'm just gonna skip out on it like I did with Three Houses. I'll get to it eventually. We'll see if the Hitman ends up being reverse order or not. We'll go to Zelda Ring to watch, and then Woody's taking a break tomorrow. I'll finish this, and then I might do one of the side games I've been wanting to do that I actually purchased. Oh, the heartburn, Jesus, the heartburn. I don't know how long. I think Faith might be too long, but maybe we'll do Who's Lila. I want to play that. Or we'll do Scar the Doll. It's like a short VA. It's a 1-day stream game. Okay, not like a half a day one. Because if I started tomorrow, it would be after I finish this, and I imagine I got another hour or two after we're done with this part. I think Who's Lila is like... How long are these reviews? I think that's Who's Lila is. I kind of need to be in like a different seat for it. I think there's a lot of clicking. No more week system? Ooh, nice. So what, did Three Houses have like a calendar system like Persona? Yeah, I think it's like 7 or 8 hours for Who's Lila, maybe 5 to 8. 6 to 8 hours. Okay. Is it a click game or a game you use a controller on? Yeah, the reason I say I would start something else tomorrow is that Goda's probably got 2 to 3 days left in Elden Ring. I don't want to start the Hitman Marathon and then like take 2-3 days. And I might want to finish off. I want to watch a little GDQ maybe. 1 button and movement keys. Okay, maybe we'll do that. Well, we'll see. I have some Game Pass shit we can knock out though. Some short stuff maybe. It's not like those are going anywhere. I could do like Panko Park. I bought Panko Park. Signalis is too long. Let's see. Got repetitive, yeah. I could see if you don't have the right flow of content and storylines, the calendar system kind of being more repetitive and formulaic. Works in Persona because they work it into everything really well. But Crazy Man Morning Hours, yeah, I don't know, I just felt like getting back on. I think after that dog shit 40k game I needed to play anything afterwards, even if it was this okay game. But this game's been, I'd say, decent. It's got some really cool parts too, but then a lot of just kind of whatever. Yeah, that's another thing about Three Houses, is to get all the routes it seems ultra long. Which is cool, but also like, shit. The other games don't seem quite as long in the series. That one seems like the longest. Yeah, part of me wants to like knock out the rest of the mage quests. Not the mage quests. Oh wait, I have to just turn in this mage quest. Yeah, I guess I will. But like I said, the stories in this, I mean, and the rewards are just kind of whatever. God, this poison, dude. Oh yeah, shit lasts 5 times as long. Just now realized what that would mean for poison. I mean, I could make it so poison takes longer to build up, but whatever. As long as I'm beating the shit out of people, it's not a big deal. Just heal myself. That ability. Depending on how much was after this dungeon, though, I actually changed my mind on whether we finished it today or not. If it was just like a small dungeon and a boss after this, I would just say fuck the side shit and let's just go. Because I've pretty much done all the side shit. We know the quality of the rest of it. Not gonna matter. Finish it today if that was the case, but we might have a few hours left. I need coffee. I probably need sleep. I have a constant poison tick going on. Yeah, sure, what's up? Okay. Will do. So it's just on episode 3 though. Have to do anything before. Okay. Yeah, we'll see if that ends up being the call tomorrow. I'll be in a different mood, but I've been really wanting to play that game regardless, so it'll be sooner than later. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't want to end up replaying too much, so. Under here, I know you're doing Sports Story. I don't know if you'd finish that also. That's another one I've been kind of wanting to pick up, but the backlog's so large. Thing is, I don't think Nintendo shit usually doesn't go all like. There's not usually like really good sales on their marketplace, so it's like I don't know if Sports Story will ever really go on sale. Maybe I should just pick it up. I need to at least write it down. This poison on. I need to keep fighting, otherwise I don't get any fucking healing. This is making you mad. Do you still like it though, or we got issues? I'm looking forward to getting into it, but yeah, don't know when it'll be. I kind of just need to buy it outright, but if I'm gonna be buying like a PS5 or something soon, then I don't want to like do even extra spending. Even if it's that cheap, might just wait a little bit. Maybe I'll get a physical edition like Golf Story did. Oh, the bugs, yeah. I wonder if I can make a setup where I have the cooldown on the light thing so low that I could just constantly spam it. Probably pretty possible. Oh, really? Yeah, I gotta wonder if they were just rushed out the door to like meet up with the Nintendo, like the little advertisement deadline they did. I mean, they were working on it for so long though, it's like, Jesus. Well, like we said, it'd probably be better just to wait on that for me anyways. Between the bugs and just cash flow. Oh, the poison, man. I hate the poison tick. I really feel like the monk is not that awesome either. Maybe building stone's not quite worth it. Try to mitigate. So well, we unlocked the boss. So. We'll keep trying it on the monk. But I don't feel like making a new setup for it. To pick up all this loot. Yeah, it's pretty cluttered at times. There's the poison ticks. Yeah, I don't know if monk's the way to go, man. Monk's just kind of shit. Let's just swap to like bodybuilder or something. Yeah, I think I was thinking of a loop here, and then under rail mixed together there. How do you like under here? out of this dungeon, man. Got my heartburn, man. It's killing me. Okay. Quest discovered the mouth of hell. Mario RPGs. Oh, I love Mario RPG. Hammering down jumping attacks by jumping ducking. I feel like I've just it's just its name is so similar to so many things. Seems like people like it. I'll wish list it. It's got a bit of that more like high density pixel art, which is nice. Plenty of the low density ones. Yeah, I see you own it on here. I feel like I've talked about it before. Apologies if we end up repeating in conversations. I feel like we've talked about it. Or maybe it's just a mix of a bunch of things at once. The name obviously is super similar to a bunch of shit. Meet me back at Stonefish Village. Ooh, shivers. This is where this chest is finally gonna be. Guessing so. Yeah, maybe. Turn this on. Yeah, while I was browsing through GameFly, I was browsing through old stuff that I have never, like, you know, because now, since like 2019, 2020 or so, I've like checked every single game that's coming out physically, and you'd be surprised how many come out a week. It's actually a lot. So I do a lot of research on what we're gonna play, but I pass on an absolute shitload of games. But I went back all the way to their oldest stock, working through it. I'm pretty much finished making a list of what we might mess with. I mean, there's bigger stuff like some large RPGs and shit, but I'm not really including those. Those are things I play in other ways, but Anyways, there's some stuff on my Steam wishlist that I had found in like the 2020s that I guess I didn't carry at the time or passed up, and now it's on my wishlist. It was like the Hunt Down. Is that the name of it? So that might be one we do sooner than later. Yeah, Hunt Down. I'd almost bought this one. Can rent the damn thing. Seemed like a cool run gun. Good art. Yeah, we got a few others there. What all did I add from that? Demo, I might do Night Trap. Maybe Inertial Drift. Yeah, Hunt Down. I was gonna go through all the Switch ones, but stuff like that. There's a lot of shit that came out in the last year I have to go back and do. Crossbell and Tactic Ogre and Underknots and shit. But those long RPGs are just like, fuck, dude. Alright, dude. Godspeed. But yeah, those long RPGs, it's like kind of not including a lot of those on the list because it's just like, man, I'll just get to those when I get to them. Like 3 houses. Make a donation to All-Star and become a Grandmaster. What the? Give me back my money. Oh good, there wasn't like a big quest I had to do. At this point I'm fine with that. But yeah, after doing Valfaris and Mutazione, those were games when I was looking through the past catalog of shit. I was like, well, I'll give them a try. Then I'm actually enjoying them pretty well. I was like, I need to rethink standards when I'm looking through Gamefly. I mean, usually how I do it is I just do a quick Steam search. If it's got like absolute dog shit reviews, I'm like, well, I guess maybe I'll trust that. Maybe read why, see a little gameplay. But there's like so many that come out a week. Steam's not a great indicator, but there's like always some kind of filter. If it's like pretty damn low on Steam, and I've watched a little bit, I'm like, pass. But then you get beautiful games like Warhammer, Sneef, Teef, whatever the fuck it was called, that end up well rated and seemed reasonable enough in a quick trailer, but end up like dog shit. At least it was funny, man. It was like funny bad. How bad the performance was. Let's see what they've got to say about the next part of the story. We do have just like 3 more side dungeons I could do. They'd probably not take super long. I mean, this one we just run. This one we just run. This one's probably got some more effort. All damage 9999. feel like I would just want to run through that and avoid everything till the end, and then do like a shield setup. But it used to be a level 36 dungeon. See, the thing is, it wouldn't really matter though. The only thing that matters is spells. Or dungeon where stats are just irrelevant. What is she gonna die? Oh, he stole the thing the hammer had. What if he just exploded? But they carried him the whole game, so I guess not. I would find it funnier if he just blew up, but I'm just trying to make some touching bullshit with him. Oh, Marty Joe's already here. We're leaving. Oh, Lord. Hopefully I'm not getting my HP drained right now. It's a dungeon. 58. looking for here, man? He's a ghost. Well, he's a real nice guy. The were slimes. Mm-hmm. The dark secrets. We're just playing a total idiot. He summons some crazy creature just to test his wand. Well, there's the whole bit of lore. Playing a total idiot. He's a loser, but I guess we gotta say he's not. Getting into it. They're all just fucked. Are we just gonna reverse everything, or is everybody dead as shit? Be funny either way, though. Defeat the calamity. Is it just gonna be a boss? Now I could go do the 3 other dungeons. I'm curious if there's like achievements. I'm sure there is. But it's very tempting to just finish it up right now. I might like look at a playthrough and just kind of find where I'm at and then see the remaining hours. Because I'm pretty tired. I am ready to sleep. It's like a whole, like, it's gonna be like an hour or two. Probably save it. It's gonna be like a boss. We could just do it. Where's 7% of people here. So. Max rank on all 4. Level of any of the 4. One of every shop item. A lot of this like grind. Let me see here. So I'm definitely ready to sleep. Need to not fuck up the good or the. I've been feeling a little weird, a little iffy last few days, and I was sick the week before, so I don't really want to ruin that by purposely destroying my sleep. So if it's more than an hour, we'll save it. Even if it's close to an hour, I'm fine with saving it. It's kind of like a 5-hour playthrough. I got a 10-hour playthrough. I guess I did a lot more than most people, or it took my fucking time. I don't know. Alright, this guy spends like. He's got like less than 20 minutes left in the game at this point. I'm guessing it's just a dungeon. That's fun. I don't need to do all the little fucking mini dungeons. There's not even achievements for them. Let's finish off what we can here. Breathe fire. Then if we have to switch over to a bunch of other crap. Maybe we should save a few points just in case. We're gonna upgrade this just for the achievement. I think if you fully upgrade one thing, you get an achievement. So much for actually caring about the upgrades. I mean, like I said, the game's not really been terribly hard, so I'm not losing any sleep over it. So I'm just gonna use this thing. We could do blood sacrifice too. Let me get the horse ready as well, because I'm just gonna run through everything, I think, if I can. Axe, build stun. Signature move. Strongman. Go slower than 130. Not that we really will on this anyways. I think there's much more to be helped here. It's mostly all the movement shit, just stealth. And we get the barrier there. Rock. Quests. Oh, okay, it's just straight to the boss. But I guess it did say there was like 15 minutes left in the guy's run. Guess we've had enough dungeons. Oh, Randy. Yeah, this is the final boss. I'm pretty sure. Oh. Just have to eat these. Yeah, there wasn't like a dungeon or nothing, which I mean really works for me. It's like I'd had enough, I think, at this point. Okay, I need to change forms to something here. XP. Nice. So we could stomp. I'll just swap stomp on. Stomp leveled. This is like a fucking protection mission, man. Epic story. Amazing. They're going for the emotional we learned something moment there. But they just hit us with an exposition dump of what our character's personality even was. There's like nothing before this. Smiles. Come back once you've had a chance to do the rounds. Okay, I did the rounds. Rounds are done, man. End it with the title screen music. Okay. Hey. Augusta. Like an ingrown hair on my back or something. Well, anyways. Let this roll, I guess. Pretend I got a really bad fucking heartburn. It's like I take Tums and then like nothing happens. Let me take another one before I go to bed. Well, anyways, on this game, I think it was pretty decent. I think the luster kind of wears off after a bit. The idea of the form swapping and building up your different moves and all that really never comes to the test. Doesn't really get used in, I feel like, cute enough ways. And anything that isn't the basic gameplay and like class building is kind of subpar in this. For that, for that matter, I do think the class building stuff is pretty cool. Generally, what you unlock has a pretty big effect on what you can actually do, and you could turn a shitty build into a really good build. Just one, upgrade or one perk choice or a couple different actives. I would say though, there's too many moves that just don't have enough use. There's too many moves that do the same thing. Like, okay, why would I use, X move to attack and then have another perk slot for another move that can attack? The only reason is when they create situations where there's like different kinds of wards, so you're gonna need a different element type, and that feels a little hollow at times. Granted, there are times where there's a move that it can shoot far, or maybe it creates like a big explosion or something, but a lot of your just basic moves you use to just kick ass are maybe a little too samey. I do wish some of the active moves had a bit more synergy. A lot of it's on the perks. There still is synergy, like the dragon. I mean, he burns people with a move, and then he just attacks with his claws. But it's like, why would I use that burn over a different burn? Or on some guys, it's like, their bread and butter is essentially just like You know, they just spam summons and then do nothing, or you know, maybe they only spam their A move and just kind of buff. And like, that's not bad if you're swapping between transforms a lot. But I feel like you end up just kind of picking like a single one or something that just fits everything, and then you do like a couple little transforms here and there. I wish the game was like a bit more focused on you transforming often and made it feel good, like good slowdown or stop for the wheel. I'm letting you like pick, you know, like assign where each form is on the wheel, having a separate wheel by clicking the stick and stuff, and then maybe, you know, it's like I guess it'd be harder to design, but you know, creating far more specialized classes for um, more thought out situations, maybe. I mean, it is fun to just run through and just Diablo explode a bunch of shit. Um, I think that's neat. But the game generally is going to focus on getting you to do quests the way they want to get you to level up. And if you don't do that, you're just not going to level. So it's like you're generally playing how they want already. So if they're going to have it be like that, I wish they would kind of like focus in on that a bit harder. I think the overworld's a good example. It's like pretty shit. Well, maybe not shit. It's pretty it, just a bunch of kind of like rectangles stacked on each other, and um pretty weak writing on the side quests. The activities you actually do, I mean, other than just running through dungeons, which is I guess fine. It's generally like a little, you do a little bit of like experimentation with the abilities in ways that aren't just combat, which I like, but some of them like no, it's just not really enough. Some of them are also almost irritating, or just kind of like a drag, but I don't know. It's not too bad. It's one of those things. I don't think any of it's like particularly like bad, except maybe the form swapping. Really needed to have better quality of life. Having to go into a pause menu to like swap on the fly or something, or at least allow me to like move with the left stick and choose with the right stick or something, man. I just really killed the flow and my willingness to even want to swap. I think that's what a lot of reviews I saw gave shit to. Well, yeah. Overall, um, I think the music was okay. It gets a little annoying. Not annoying, but samey. Like some of the songs are used too much. I don't know exactly. Not many I was just like super into, but it's not like a horrible soundtrack or anything. Visually, I don't know. Like it had a distinct look for sure, but sometimes it just feels like a mess. I mean, everybody's really ugly and shit. That's kind of like the point. That's fine, but a lot of like bloom and god rays and like effects everywhere, and there's all those sorts of different colors, and you know that can look really good in a game. Something just really extreme or abstract or something. And this, it kind of just, I just didn't really feel much about it. It just kind of felt like just kind of shit everywhere. So there's some good pieces of art though, like the whale, and you know, a lot of the dungeons had unique aesthetics on the outside, and you know, on the inside generally had like a palette unique to that dungeon, which was cool. But overall, yeah, not a big fan of the look. Definitely not a big fan of the humor. Um, and Guacamelee and shit, the humor is pretty whatever too, but everything else was so solid that it was whatever. The problem in this game is it's mostly just the combat that's solid, but the structure of it all isn't quite there. That there's also then nothing really like holding it up. Like structure, I guess when I say structure, I just mean like they try with the dungeons. They have very unique things that will happen. You know, like 5 times long stun. You know, status durations and stuff. So generally that means you need to build your guy a certain way, but at the end of the day, you can build him a certain way, but it doesn't really matter that much. Maybe it was over leveled. You don't really get over leveled though, because they scale the dungeons to you all the time, which is its own problem. Because by the end of the game, you're like, you don't really want to do any more side shit because the reward's not that good, and then the activities themselves aren't that good. I still did it all, but and it's only by the very end where you start really feeling that. But yeah, it's a hard one to really nail down because there's really cool things there. Like I said, I really like the class stuff. It's hard to get that perfect, right? Like you could get some stuff that's like way too OP or way too weak. But that's probably part of the fun. You know, they wanted it to be balanced a bit, but it not to the point where it's like neutered. The combat is still like all the different builds and stuff still feel distinct. It's just like maybe not to the level I'd like, or the activities you're having to take part in, or don't really like utilize it enough. And then the game's not really built around the swapping very well. I think those are the big issues I'd want to fix. We can jump to a different menu to hear music or something. Yeah, in terms of the combat and stuff, I mean, the actual combat itself doesn't have a terribly large amount of depth. I think less mana usage stuff would be good. Mana is so important, you end up kind of like having to use like a bunch of mana passives. It also means that there's too many moves that share the same resources. I liked the moves that were like dodge or the thief moves a little bit, that had no mana cost. It was more cooldown focused, but most spells cost mana. It'd be cool to be able to mix a bit more of that in. Too often you just kind of like bust your mana, and then you kind of just sit there and spam A. I think maybe having more unique usage of like the buttons and abilities, and then have your mana back. A spam be there, but not be like 90% of the combat would be nice. I think that'd be one issue, because there's not a lot of depth minute to minute. I get it's more about the builds, so if you made it so you could outskill everything with like no build thought, it'd be a little silly, but I think it maybe could lean a bit harder into. I mean, the deeper the combat, the more wild you could probably make some of these abilities too, or classes. I don't know, it's addicting, leveling up the classes and unlocking different stuff and then combining the powers. Yeah, I just think overall it'd be nice if I could use that interest in combat and leveling up and skill swapping system and something else. Like, I just don't think the world, or I mean even the dungeons, like they try to do cool stuff in those, but they're just not tuned to really matter much. Stuff like these bosses are like a joke. There's not enough little unique things out in the world to do. And then they're not interesting enough in their own right, just art or story or music or anything to make up for it. Yeah, cool ass right there. That's how you know it's good. So, I'm rambling on, but it's because it's kind of a hard one to figure out. I like what they did here. I like the ideas. I think for the most part, it's worth trying just to see those ideas executed pretty decently. It's probably hard to get just right. I think I would have been okay with it being more imbalanced, but allowing more unique, cool builds and shit. Yeah, I don't know. It's like Monster Sanctuary. They tried to do the overworld shit, and it just doesn't really work out that great. It's like, okay. Granted, Monster Sanctuary pulled the combat off pretty damn well. This is a little different, but this is a similar thing of like customizing. Like, Monster Sanctuary has like way more depth to the customizing. This tries to put it in more of an action format, so it's a little different. Anyways, I'd say overall it was pretty decent. I had fun with it. I wasn't like bored, but at the end there I was definitely kind of done. I think once the rewards started to taper off, there wasn't really anything to earn anymore. You're just kind of left to the content. It's one of those that if the addiction doesn't really get you to level and combine and try out new classes, like, I don't think anything else really will, so. Yeah, definitely, I still like both Guacameles better from these people, but I'm glad I ended up playing this. The store shit was pretty trashy though. Letting you go like a little ways in and then asking you to pay a fee to walk in the final door was kind of like goofy. I get it's supposed to probably be funny, but I would want to buy DLC for this game. It's a cool 10 to 20 hour like little experiment in class building and like kind of Diablo-esque, like on the fly builds, but I don't think I'm dying for any more. Not without a extreme like broader vision for the kind of content they want to have this in and then how the transforming works. It is, yeah, pretty cool. I don't know, it's just I keep repeating myself, but the final boss song, yeah, a lot of the music was just kind of Man, when you go from like fucking the Guacamelee, like the sick ass Spanish guitar songs, like the synth mix, and then it's like this where it's just kind of Like I think it's the same people. I don't know for sure. Like, cause you could hear some of that Guacamelee, but I'm glad there wasn't a final dungeon because I was kind of tapped out at that point. But on the other hand, it was also kind of just like oh, that was it. Like, okay. Play the Guacamelee one. This was like a bonus song. Not that Guacamelee soundtrack is like godly, but there was a certain there's a certain just style to it that they like everything was like consistent and sounded pretty good. This game just felt like a bunch of random ass songs kind of slapped in together. Like I guess there was like a consistency to it, but they weren't good enough for how kind of just random ass they were. I mean, I'm fine with the game having just really random music as long as they're capturing the feel they're after, but I liked Guacamele's better. Guacamelee was also had like a very clear thing it was going for. This game kind of didn't. I think that's one of the things. Like Guacamele's like it's Day of the Dead. You're a luchador. It's a Metroidvania where you're doing like fucking wrestling moves, Spanish guitar music. Like it all kind of is tight, and you don't have to have it be all that cohesive, I suppose. But this game was just kind of missing a lot of that. Good ideas executed well enough, but it's just too sloppy in too many areas. Yeah, that final boss song. Yeah, them trying to do like a little emotional moment too there with the goofy kid, man. I was like, man, you do not have enough writing and nobody's endearing enough in this to really it's like this teamwork thing at the end. It's funny, this song's not even in the fucking, I don't even know if this song's in the game. I wonder what they're working on now. Let me see. Anyways, hopefully that little review made sense. Gravity is a soul wet and all that dumb shit. Fuck off. I got stuff to say. Yeah, here's your brevity. Games suck. That's witty, huh? I always hate that quote. I mean, it's true to a certain extent. getting the point across in a very understandable, clear way, but sometimes there's stuff to talk about. And people have no patience. And they're used to that. Right, what are they up to? Drinkbox Studios. Drinkbox Studios. Oh, this came out last year. Okay, they got nothing coming out. Tales from Space, Mutant Blob Attacks is their game. Oh, they did Severed before Guacamelee 2. What is Severed? I think I've heard of this one. But not on Steam. It's not. Is this like a fucking phone game? What, this song, or do you mean in the game? In the game, yeah, I'd agree. I don't know what this Severed game is. It's because Guacamelee is better than fucking Nobody Saves the World. Simple as, man. Yeah, they probably aren't doing anything else for a while. They just put out DLC too. If you folks haven't played Guacamelee, though, I'd recommend it. Like Metroidvanias. The first game is good, the second game is good. The big thing is it's got a lot of dated memes in the first one. You're gonna see like the Rage Wolf on like posters and all that shit. It does not fit the Day of the Dead thing they're going for, a legit thing at all. Yeah, it's like they were dated when the game came out in like 2013 or whatever the fuck it was. But yeah, it's a pretty cool. It's like more the combat is where it shines, although it's a pretty slick Metroidvania map and world anyways. But it's more of like grappling combat, a lot of like, you know, grabs and throws and kind of combos and stuff. It's pretty satisfying. They give you some pretty good challenges for it, unlike this game where they kind of don't really take it to its limit. Although I feel like it would have been annoying and Nobody Saves the World if they took it. It's like on one hand, I would have been nice for them to challenge you more. On the other hand, swapping on the fly and having a bunch of builds would just feel like shit because of the bad transformation system. The wheel. True. Wasn't there memes in the main script though? I haven't played Guacamelee in like a decade, so. The second one they shaped up pretty well though. There's like a few memes here and there, but yeah, you're probably right. This game does have memes like in the main script and side quests. Like I said, there was a side quest where the dude did the Shira thing. People die when they're killed and all that. And I was like, okay. And then they did the side quest where the guy was like, did the fucking Navy SEAL thing. It's not as bad as that one game we played, the Turn Up one. That one had a lot of memes like that. Yeah. I think references are one thing, but memes are like way lower on the fucking, like, you should not be putting, unless it's like a meme that is also funny in its own right and is like, could stand the test of time. Like, Memes should not, unless you're making a game that is supposed to just prey on like a very particular period of time and have no staying power after that. Like just some shitpost game. I think putting like, unless you could fit the meme in a way where it looks like it fits the world and then you just wouldn't even notice. Visual memes do. I think it's because at that point they're not only kind of like, they're maybe not just ripping you out of like the story, but like the visuals, the setting, the environment. Or maybe people are just more visual. I don't know. I just remember the Guacamelee ones because the story and all the dialogue wasn't that great in the first place. I just remember the Guacamelee shit because there was just an ass load of it. And it like was really pronounced against like, because in Guacamelee it's got a pretty cohesive, just crispy like setting, right? Like the whole Day of the Dead luchador thing, like, so like the memes really fucking stand out. In this game it's like there's not even really like a good cohesive like visual style to it. It's just like it feels like a lot of just like over produced effects flying around everywhere and everybody's really quirky and wacky. So when they do the meme shit, it's really annoying, but the game is already like kind of annoying anyways. Like it's bad, but like I feel like Guacamelee was a bit almost classier, so when you see like a bunch of fucking goofy memes everywhere, it's kind of like, it's maybe more jarring. I definitely don't think it like detracts from the game in a huge way, but it's something that's worth mentioning, because I could see somebody jumping in there and being like, you know, this is gonna be a cool Metroidvania, and then they see all the memes and they're like, maybe not, man. It's mostly just in towns. I'd have to play it again. The second one doesn't have many at all. If it annoyed me 10 years ago, it'd probably be fucking worse now. Maybe not though. Maybe I've played way worse games when it came to like including dated memes than Guacamelee. I mean, Borderlands 2 is worse. Some posters in towns. That's what I remember the most of. I thought there was more than that though. But like I said, it's been a really long time. You've probably played it much more recently than me, so kind of snowball in my mind. But yeah, I'd recommend them if you guys like Metroidvanias. They put a good spin on it. The second one has a good example of like clean shortcuts and stuff, because it includes a lot more linear level design at times, but it makes sure to wrap them back in and give you good shortcuts. I remember that being kind of a standout thing in that one. Second one had more a little bit more platforming focus to it. I actually really don't remember the difference between them that well. I mean, the first one was more impressive at the time. The second one was good, but might have been like, and a lot of Metroidvanias came out since then. It's been a long time since I played the first, but I still feel like I remember it better. But maybe that's just because I played it before I did streaming, and now the amount of games I put down is like, I take in, it's like way more. I don't know. I'm rambling a bit. I've been up for a long time. I remember one was a harder game, right? Am I wrong in that? Was one harder? One had like the devil's challenges and shit with the fighting. It might have had maybe more platforming shit too. Okay. Who's good? I mean, it might be better too, I don't know. It'd been so long since I played the first. But yeah, one had some challenge to it when you did the optional shit. So I expected this game to have more of that, but it didn't. But like I said, the power trip shit maybe is part of the fun, so. Well, this game I think did decent, so I doubt they're gonna like they need to do like a Guacamelee 2 or something. Or 3, I mean. Actually curious how many reviews the Guacamelee 2 got. It's not the best way to indicate how many people play the thing. There might be certain kinds of games that get reviews and certain games that don't. Guacamelee 2 is like 2,200. One game with the memes. Yeah, 2's art style is pretty crisp. I'm looking at it. And that's the problem. That's why I always recommend, or not always, that's why I try to recommend them regardless. I think they're pretty good. Guacamelee 1 did really well though. Like I said, that was back during Xbox Live Summer of Arcade where they were like, went apeshit. Like indies were becoming like huge and Microsoft and all them were like really pushing them. This was kind of one of those, right? Like your Limbas and all that. It's got about 3,000 on Steam, and they probably have a lot more plays on Xbox. Well, it did good enough for them to, yeah, like everybody on my friends list owns it. It did good enough for them to keep making games. So. It's just that Metroidvanias, there's so fucking many. I don't remember what I didn't dislike about 2. If you end up playing it, you have to let me know what you think. It's not that 2 was bad or anything. I mean, it was good, but just something about it, and no little thing stood out that much either. Anyways, I'm just chit-chatting and chilling right now. we're done for the day. So I guess when I wake up, I'm actually gonna start something else. Maybe we'll just do a day game. Maybe I'll just watch KDkill, or maybe God will change his mind. Stream. Where's Lila's an option, although I think I might have to switch setups for that. It's a game where you like, it's like a surreal, kind of like, maybe not horror, but kind of sort of game where you like, it's like a reverse crime solving thing. I think you're like the murderer or something. I don't even know. And you have to like, the game is controlled by fucking controlling a dude's face and like dragging it around and shit. It looks really bizarre. It looks cool. I want to play it. So how about that? Looks interesting. Let's see if it's any good. But Faith is an option. Let's see, if I just want to play something that I really want to play, it'll be like one of those probably. But if I'm looking to do like maybe some Game Pass shit, I'll do something else. The Hitman thing won't start till Goto's probably done with this Elden Ring. But he's pretty close. I don't think he's in here right now. Be crazy. Yeah, he's got like, what? He's got the Howling Tree. See how quick he kills Millennia. I mean, he's like full on Katana Man build, so. And he's been using it the whole time, so he'll probably kill her fast, I'd imagine. He was almost doing Rivers of Blood. He might switch to Rivers of Blood, who knows, once she starts smacking him. Then, he's got Farah Missoula or whatever. I mean, that's about it. He kills Millennia quick, he could finish in one stream. The Hitman thing might start sooner than later, depending on how much GDQ I want to watch. One game with the memes, though. Is that... I just don't see people talking about Guacamelee that much. Is that usually how people talk about it? I mean, I'll mention that, but... if we're actually talking good Metroidvanias, I try not to make it not sound worth playing. It just kind of comes up as a good example of stale memes. I think, boy, I should probably use Borderlands 2 more. I do use Borderlands 2 as that example a lot, but maybe I should use games that just aren't as good to not detract from something actually solid like Guacamelee. The Guacamelee soundtrack was pretty clean, wasn't it? Is it the same person? I gotta find out if it's the same person. I don't know how you go from Guacamelee to this. I mean, they definitely sound like it'd be more experimental, but this is not the same, man. Nobody Saves the World. Composer. Am I high on live stream? Dude, I don't think I'll ever play it. We got too much pain coming up soon. Jim Guthrie. We got Uda 3 coming. Yeah, I've watched a little bit and I was just like, holy. And a lot of people say it's just not that fun. What's up, Mootown? There's nowhere in the same universe enough to deal with what that game does. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if the gameplay was like more crispy, I'd be like maybe okay with it. But from what I understand, the gameplay is just kind of whatever, and it's mostly about the comedy. Holy fuck. Is that not my style of comedy? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind playing games that I hate just to chit chat and get a kick out of it, but that looks like the kind that I would just be like, holy fuck, just like kind of like just exacerbated, masturbated, just fucking tired of, probably just like annoyed. It's like, okay, Jesus Christ. Because I don't think it's short either, it's like a 10+ hour game. Guacamelee Composer. So I think Jim Guthrie did Nobody Saves the World. Okay, totally different people. From DiPrisco. Why didn't they get this motherfucker back? This dude did all the cool fucking oh, he did the Unreal Tournament. I think he did the Need for Speed shit. Oh man, all those good Need for Speed songs. No wonder. Sorry, I'm sitting here looking at some of the music. Yeah, I don't know. I don't plan on playing High on Life. I'm willing to play some painful stuff, but there's like nothing like redeemingly painful about it. It would just be pure torture just for the sake of it. And I'm like, that kind of just like just this like ad-libbed, what kind of comedy they call it, where it's just all off the cuff. No, I know I could do it. I just don't know if I want to waste my fucking time on it. Like, I have very little I get out of it, except just being like, oh my god, I hate this every 2 seconds. Like, I mean, I guess we could talk. I mean, it's like, I mean, how do you like talk about comedy? I mean, I guess you could just say it's like really low effort, maybe. I don't know. I haven't played it. It's that kind of like off the cuff comedy where just keep talking and see what sticks, and like extra random and crude. And it's like, I don't mind like toilet humor and shit, but like that would really be where the discussion ends. Guacamelee. Did Guacamelee too. Then fuck. Not too active lately. Very busy, but in the 90s and 2000s. Did some Mass Effect music. The Fortnite soundtrack. Whoa. Rit. Fortnite have music. Yeah, apologies if anybody's just coming in here. I've been up for a really long time, and we just finished the game. I'm just kind of chit-chatting and hanging out. There'll be a lot of rambling and mixing my words up because I'm half asleep.